The time is now 8:48, and Louisiana Committee on Parole is in panel at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today on my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. Could we identify staff at headquarters?
Francis Abbott.
And also today is November the 21st. We are going to be hearing an offender at St. Tammany Parish Jail for revocation consideration. Is the facility prepared?
Yes, ma'am. Were you talking to me?
Are we prepared to see Mr. Navarre?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to pull him right now.
Okay, thank you.
Great ways to honor your loved ones,
Would the staff please introduce yourself there at the facility? How about the PMP officer who's joining us?
Yes, ma'am. This is Steve Everly.
Thank you, Mr. Everly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Not much. Not much. I wouldn't check on her because she's good other than being in jail. Yeah. So I told her y'all we weren't trying to get her out of here. Yeah. I asked her if she knew how she knew you. Well, he called me last night and asked me to come check on you stuff. She started trying to get in the whole thing. I was like, I said, that's not me. All right, but let me jump off here. I'm waiting on the girl.
It's a long-standing tradition where we have a lighted tree where we are able to hang all the ornaments that we purchase in honor of our loved ones. Hang those on the tree for them to decorate.
What was you on, man? I'm even better than you.
You see all that gray hair?
Yeah. Hey, look, man, you're gonna be up in just a sec.
Yes,
So they're gonna ask you if this is yours and if that's your signature, all
yes,
right?
sir.
Hey, Mr. Navarre, welcome to the Committee on Parole. We're conducting our hearings Baton Rouge. To my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Stapleton and Ms. Ledoux. The officer is correct. I'm going to ask you to look at that piece of paper and tell me if that's your signature and you agree with the answers you've given.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That indicates that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you have retained counsel? Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
So what I'm going to do is read some allegations into the record, and you are to give me a plea of guilty or not guilty or guilty with a statement. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're alleged with 4 different parts of rule number 4. Rule number 4 encapsulates a lot of information. So you're charged with A, you engaged in criminal activity and associated with people known to be engaged in criminal activity when you obtained and ingested a methamphetamine and marijuana as evidenced by the drug screen that you tested positive to 2/16/2024 for amphetamines, methamphetamines. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Part B, you engaged in criminal activity and associated with people known to engage in criminal activity when you obtained and ingested marijuana as evidenced by a drug screen on 3/18/2024. You tested positive for marijuana. How do you plead?
Yes, ma'am. Guilty.
Number C, 4C, you engaged in criminal activity and associated with people known to be engaged in criminal activity when you obtained and ingested amphetamine, methamphetamine, marijuana as evidenced by a drug screen on 8/2/2024, which showed that you were positive for those illegal narcotics. You admitted to ingesting this on 7/22/2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
4D, you obtained and ingested methamphetamine and marijuana about 3 or 4 days prior, and your admission to ingesting marijuana 2 weeks prior. How do you plead?
Not, that's the last one.
Yeah.
I plead not guilty for that one, because
Yes.
I was clean. I was clean during that time.
Okay. Also, we have violation number 10. You failed to make any payments to your supervision fees, and you're currently $504 in arrears.
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna, I had got kind of behind, but I was gonna pay, get caught up with all that on my, income tax. But I plead guilty to that too.
Okay, with a statement, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then condition number 13. In addition to standard conditions, you also have sex offender conditions that you have to abide by. Condition number 13B, as a sex offender, you're required to have a residence approved by probation and parole. You have failed, oh wait, let me go back, I'm sorry, that was 13B. Let me go to A, okay, 13A. You will be subject to probation and parole officers electronically inspecting at any and all computers, computerized devices, portable media devices, which you have access for the limited purpose of detecting content prohibited by conditions of supervision. On 8/23/2024, you were located at your residence and you were asked for the access code for your cell phone. You initially failed to provide the access code, but later gave a false code. And you failed to provide your parole officer with the correct access code. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty. I told him the phone was off and somebody had cut the phone off on me. My girl who was paying the bill on my phone had cut the phone off. And we tried to get in there with the code that I know was to Norvell. We weren't able to get in. But I plead not guilty, but I know she didn't know that could get me in trouble, whatever. So.
Okay, we can take your comments on it. And also B, condition B, you failed to have a residence approved by probation and parole. You failed to pay rent for the last 3 months and you owe the landlord $1,800. Because you failed to pay rent, your landlord has revoked your residency as of 8/23/2024. How do you plead?
Not guilty. I have numerous addresses, and I even talked to the landlord. She told me she's willing to accept me back there. I got my grandmother, my mom, I got a couple of addresses.
Um, Sir, you have some people who are in support of you today, and they are on Zoom and wishing to speak. I'm going to first call on your mother, Zanelle Hall. You would like to make your statement, ma'am?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
I am his mother. Brandon's problem is, I don't live down there. All our family, I'm actually from California. And so when my dad passed away in Slidell, I came down here and buried him, and we have moved to Mississippi. I don't like Slidell. I've never liked this Slidell. And so he has no family there. He has nobody. We're not really from there. And he suffers with a lot of depression. And I think more or less like why he was in Slidell, it became too much for him to take because he was always scared he was going back to jail. I raised 4 boys and 1 girl. I had 2 go into the service. I have worked my life off trying to provide for them. He's actually the only one of my children that was honor roll student. He was an honor roll student all the way through school. He's very smart. But I think he suffers with a lot of depression when he can't get, especially since he's got this charge with carnality. I think it's just hard for him to find a place to stay and slide out. Now I'm here in Mississippi. I'm getting land. Hopefully I could put him a trailer on it or something. There's places here. And I'm willing to work with my child to get him in a stable environment, and not just a stable environment, but some counseling he needs.
Thank you. Mom's role is always hard. I know that.
It is.
So you also have a sister, Whitney Navarre, who wishes to speak. If you'll go ahead and address the panel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My main issue is that he's almost the same thing she said, suffers with depression, doesn't have family. He walks on needles living in Louisiana. Again, I agree. I don't think Louisiana is the best place for him to be without that support. He has 2 kids and that needs his support, and I feel like he walks on needles in Louisiana. And that's crazy to me because I feel like he should be a part of his kid's life. Even though he has that charge, at the end of the day, I feel like he needs to be a part of his kid's life. He's missing out on a lot. And he has the support from me, my mom. We all stay in Mississippi. And I just think it's best that he comes to Mississippi.
Okay. Thank you. Miranda Wiley, girlfriend,
Yes, ma'am.
you make a statement at this time.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here on the for as far as the cell phone thing go, with his device, his thing, my information is connected to it. So when I changed my information, it changed in his phone also. So I had ended up doing something to where it turned his phone off. So he wasn't able to get in it at all.
Thank you. At this time, we also have on Zoom Officer Steve Everly, supervising agent. Mr. Everly, you would like to address the panel?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good
Can you
morning.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
I've supervised Brandon for a little while now. There was 4 positive drug screens, as stated. He wasn't paying rent. He wasn't paying supervision fees. He didn't provide us the access code for his phone. And him wanting to go to Mississippi on 8/6/24, I printed paperwork to take it down there to him to start the transfer process. and he denied that process. So we were trying to set him there, but he had said he didn't want to go there. He had another girlfriend, a fiance at the time, and there was probably a lot of drugs being done at that point. So when we had the hearing on the 19th, he said he would like to revoke himself if the parole board can send him to somewhere where he could get some help. He said he was at someplace else that didn't give him anything, and I told him we could probably do that, but then I've learned now that the parole board cannot. Once he's DOC custody, it's out of their hands. I can work with St. Tammany about transfer him somewhere if that's the case. And last time I spoke with his landlord, she said he's not allowed back there at that residence. He didn't pay for 3 months. The fees, it just not a whole lot else can I say about it. You've read everything in the file.
Thank you. And yes, and Agent, you did an exceptional job with your documentation throughout your period of supervision of this offender. We appreciate the clarity of the reports.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Navarre, I mean, clearly you're in violation of your parole. Okay, there's your admission and much evidence. Do the panel members have any other questions?
No.
Okay. Sir, based on your admission of guilt, my vote is to deny your parole. Revoke you and return you to custody. I will make a note, though, that you do need to be placed in a facility that has substance abuse treatment. But at this time, I vote to revoke. Mr. Tillis.
I concur. I think my vote's to deny, and you need some help. I mean, revoke, I'm sorry.
And Ms. Stapleton.
And I concur, my vote is to revoke.
Thank you, sir. Your parole has been revoked. The time is 9:05, and that concludes our business there at that facility. Thank you so much.
Before you leave, can I?
Sorry, bro.
They didn't even give him time to say nothing. Like, he got
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to be conducting hearings at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right is Ms. Carolyn Stapleton. We are currently at DORCHEAT Correctional Center, and we'll start at 9:12. With the staff there at DORCHEAT, introduce yourself.
I'm Randy Culpepper.
Thank you.
And I'm Jason Johnson. I'm the program manager for Steve Hoyle here and the Louisiana Sex Offender Treatment Unit.
Thank you. Sir, if you will, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Joe Rodriguez, DOC numbers 773316.
Try that again. 773116.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
We are waiting on some people who are here at headquarters. And while they come in, I'm going to do a little bit of paperwork. Sir, we find that you are a first-class offender, that you're currently serving a 20-year sentence for molestation of a juvenile and cruelty to a juvenile. You have a parole eligibility date of May 28th, 2024, a good time date of May 26th, 2026, and then a full term date of May 28th, 2039. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You have here in support today Marco Velasquez, your cousin, and Miss Valencia, your mother. We'll go ahead and Mr. Marco would like to make a statement, so we'll let him approach the podium and address your comments to the board. Tell us what you want to say.
Well, they told me to come because he needed some place to stay. I was gonna let him stay in my house.
Okay. So you're prepared for him to come and live with you?
Yes, sir.
And is your residence approved by sex offender laws?
Yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah, they sent papers to everybody's house and you know that you got a sex offender.
Okay. All right.
He's gonna be working with me.
So he has employment with you.
Yes, yes, sir. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Rodriguez. How are you familiar with the victims in your case?
They were my stepdaughters.
And how long had you been in the role of a stepfather with these juveniles?
This was the second time that I dated their mother. We first started dating, it was September of 16 after the flood. And then we ended up breaking up for maybe 4 months, I think. And then we got back together.
Okay, so no, are you married to the mother of the children?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you were serving in that. How old were you when you committed this crime?
30.
What country are you from? I notice you have a deportation detainer. What country are you from?
Mexico.
How long have you been in the country?
Since I was like 1.5.
Okay. So, you know, sometimes I find when people are from other countries, they have different social norms. So you knew this was wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to tell me why we should consider early parole for you?
Well, I just, during this time that I've been incarcerated, I've seen that, the things I've done really did hurt the girls, and just wanna, I think I'm ready to come home and, just be a better person. And also I wanna help my mother because she's sick, so she's got heart condition and she's got multiple myeloma, and I just wanna be there for her.
Your record indicates that you completed phases 1 and 2. Have you completed the 3 and 4?
We take our phase 3 test next week, and I think we should be done with phase 4 in January.
Tell me about your disciplinary conduct while incarcerated.
I think since I've been DOC, I've not had any write-ups or anything.
But you had some DOC.
I had, I think, one write-up when I was in River Bend, but they threw it out when I went to DB court.
Mr. Rodriguez, how many years have you served on your 20-year sentence?
I think it's 5.5.
Okay. We do have a risk assessment tool called the Static 99, and you had a moderate score. Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
How many victims did you have, sir?
2, ma'am.
2. And their ages?
5 and 4.
5 and 4. Okay, and I forgot. What did you say your age was? I forgot. When the crime, what was your age?
30.
30. Okay, 30. Okay, and you were originally charged with aggravated rape, and then it was pled down. Am I correct with that? And molestation. Okay, it was pled down. And so from a life sentence, you got a 20-year sentence. That was if you'd have gotten what you were originally charged with. That's all my questions.
Would either of the gentlemen, Mr. Culpepper, would y'all have any comments you would like to make about this offender?
Sure. Again, my name is Mr. Johnson. I'm in charge of the sex offender program here. It is true that he is going to take his phase 3 test next week. I'd remind the board that our credit looks a little different in Cajun. So it's he's going to be taking all 4 phases in his time here. He's passed phases 1 and 2 with no problems. He's had no write-ups at this time. We also have him in substance abuse classes. We've determined that was an issue, and he takes his last test for that today. And he is currently set to graduate this program, assuming everything goes well, on, I think it's February 28th of next year.
I do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, I believe the panel is prepared to vote. Sir, should I parole you today, it would nullify the severity of the crime and the impact on your victim. It would almost be as if it's just a slap on the wrist, and you got a 20-year sentence pled down. I believe that although you've done excellent rehabilitative programming, that the threat to society still exists, and my vote is to deny. Mr. Tillis?
Votes to deny also. More time need to be served.
And Ms. Stapleton?
And I agree that you need to serve your complete sentence, which was a lot less than what you could have gotten. And so my vote is to deny.
We thank the staff. Thank you, sir. The time is now 9:21, and we're going to complete our business at that facility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, get on the hall for a second.
I will
Good morning. You're before the Louisiana Committee on Parole. We're impaneled here in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, on my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Ms. Stapleton. We have staff there at the CALCASIEU Correctional Center. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Staff first. Could the officer introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Deputy Queen for the Johnson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Now, sir, if you will introduce yourself and give us your DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. HAYWOOD Campbell, 117641.
Okay, we have kind of an echo in there. I don't know if there's a way to address that, but if we have problems hearing, I'll get you to look at that. Mr. Campbell, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that indicates that you're not eligible for appointed counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to speak on your own behalf today. Mr. Campbell, I'm going to be reading some information into the file, and I'm going to ask you questions if you are guilty, are not guilty, or guilty with a statement, okay? All right, sir, you are accused of violating condition number 4. On 9/18/2024, you reported to the Lake Charles District for your monthly visit, and you were drug screened. And during your screening, you attempted to falsify your drug screen by using urine in a small plastic bottle. You admitted to using cocaine and marijuana on 9/16/2024. How do you plead?
Guilty to that. I admit to that.
Also, violation number 6. I read your report. You have failed to provide verification of obtaining gainful employment while on supervision.
Guilty with a statement.
Okay.
And, excuse me, but, now I do have a statement with the first one question as well, but I will address this one here first for you, and then maybe we can back up for that one.
Look, we're gonna need you to lean up a little bit closer to the microphone, speak clearly, and you can make your statement after she goes through all the charges. So just plead guilty or not guilty with the statement at this time.
Okay, well, to the second one, guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement. Violation condition number 8, you failed to provide proof of completing sex offender counseling for the months of July, August, and September of 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. And number 10, you failed to make payments, and you are $827 in arrears. Guilty? Not guilty. Good statement. Okay. At this time, I'm going to turn the questions over to Ms. Stapleton, and she can get your statements on those. Okay?
Yes, sir. Why don't we start with number 4, the first one, where it was the drug screen. What happened there?
I did 34 years in Angola from the age of 17, and when I went there, I had some problems, a lot of problems. And
Excuse me for just a second. Officer, is there another room? The echo in there is so loud, the sound quality is poor. Is there another room, or can
I asked them to turn it down.
Can you maybe open the door? The echo is just, we can't hear anything or understand anything.
Say something. Okay, say something.
Is it better?
Not really. It's. No, we can't hear what the offender's saying.
Are you on laptop or on a desktop?
Is there any way that you could put a phone in there and we could call the phone number?
What's the number?
Give us a minute, I'm asking my sergeant what he wants to do.
Mute this microphone.
No, no. I mean,
All right, let's test it out real quick. If y'all can unmute your microphone, let's see if this is a little bit better.
Is better?
We'll sit down and then we'll see, okay? Ms. Stapleton was asking you about your statement. You didn't have a statement on 4, but you're telling us about what happened on violation number 4, your drug screen.
Yes, ma'am. Can I be heard now? You can hear me now, ma'am?
Just keep talking and let's see.
Well, when I went to prison, I was 17 years old. You know, I'm a slender fella, and I was weighed about 115 pounds. I went through a lot of abuse. You know, I've been raped, gang raped, beat up. You know, you name it, I've been through it. I learned everything the hard way. Over my time in prison, you know, I was able to overcome those things you know, by just moving forward. Everything I did, I prepared myself. There was no parole opportunity for me. There was nothing but life without. And even though I still did things to be productive, to make myself a better person. I had got my GED off the jump. I took all kind of programming. Well, what I'm getting at is I was able to replace those incidents with positive things. And I just held on to those. But when I came home, my brother and I traded places. He ended up going to prison for life. Never been in prison before. And the thought of the things that I went through came back. And at first it was just thoughts and my concern for him. After he got convicted, you know, I had some family rift. They didn't appreciate the bluntness of the way I explained things to him, which could have helped him. And we got estranged, you know, we separated from one another. I sought mental health on my own. I went to CALCASIEU Imperial. I enrolled there. I had the opportunity to speak to them about my problems. And they gave me diagnosis as bipolar.
We're going to ask you just to pause for a moment, please. We want to know about revocation.
We just tried, we've been trying to switch speak, but that's all.
Okay. Let's stick with what the allegations. You pled guilty to having a positive drug screen and using a different bottle of urine.
Yes, ma'am.
What about number 6, where you said you were guilty with a statement never showing proof of employment? Why don't you discuss that for us?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's all, everything is pretty much was tied in together because my proof of residence, which is approved number 6, when I came home, I went to Baton Rouge. I worked for a year there. I went to a home where I lived, and I worked in a restaurant with other ex-offenders. I came home to Lake Charles. This hurricane had occurred, and my mother hired me to supervise the remodeling of a home. So that was the second job I had since being home. I worked there for almost a year. Both of those was I submitted my check stubs to parole and probation. After that ended, I started working with a nephew that did demo and picking up, you know. So this is where I was unable to supply proof of employment. I always made all of my payments.
You did. You always made your payments, and you showed proof with your phone. You let them see your checks with your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
I read your entire report, so I saw that you were giving them, showing the checks. But okay, let's go on to number 8. Why did you miss your sex offender treatment?
Because of my problem. I can't sleep, because when I sleep, I'm having these thoughts and these dreams about things that happened to me while I was in prison. And that's why I sought, you know, that's what I was getting at when I first spoke, because it's all tied together. And I was just, I tried to help, I tried to prepare myself for it. You know, and I tried to do what I could do on my own to help myself. I didn't have no one to hold my hand. I wish I would have, you know, because I think I would have been more successful. So That was my reason for number 10, no, number 8, I'm sorry. So I did take class. I went to class on July. I did not do class on the assigned date, but I did do the class because prior, I was able, when I miss a class, I would be able to do a makeup class because within the program, it is allowed for you to do makeup. But in the rules, if I don't take class on that particular day, then I'm in violation of missing class, even if I make a makeup. So that's how, and then I was incarcerated in August on a text. Sorry, let's come back. In August, I was sanctioned for missing the class in July that was paid for, but I didn't make it because the class is in the morning. And I do not sleep at night. It wasn't at that time because I didn't want to rest. I didn't want to close my eyes. And when I did go to sleep, it was like 4 days when I was just exhausted, and that's where everything tied in with my self-medicating to try to help myself. I should have, if I would have stayed on the medication that I was given by CALCASIEU Imperial, which worked perfectly for me. But I thought it was like a Band-Aid. You know, after I took it, and I had opportunity to discuss some things with them, some of my problems with them, you know, I felt good. I felt better. I felt right. And I stopped going. And that's where that was a big mistake. I stopped going. And
now, where did you discuss your problems at? At the sexual offender treatment when you go in there, or you had a counselor?
Well, ma'am, I got a counselor at CALCASIEU Imperial.
Okay, so in jail, you had a counselor to talk to, and you had the medication you needed so that you could sleep. Am I correct?
In jail?
Yeah, where did you get your medication that you needed and the counseling that you said helped you?
CALCASIEU Imperial is a hospital here in Lake Charles.
Oh, at a hospital, you were an inpation, or you just went there?
I was an outpatient. I was an outpatient.
Okay, and then you quit going.
Yes, ma'am. I went there to seek help because I didn't know. I know.
Yeah.
I needed.
When was that you went there to seek help and then you quit?
That been I know over a year and something.
Oh, all right. And so that led to you, like you were saying, self-medicating, and you started the drugs. That was the story. That was what you were telling us, the explanation. And then you lost your employment, which you were working. And then that led to you, well, you were doing some makeup classes for sex offender counseling, right? But that doesn't cover all of them, does it? July, August, and September?
In September class, which I go on third Saturday. This incident happened on the 17th, and that third Saturday never came. I was in jail when the third Saturday came for September.
Okay, so you were in jail for September?
Yes, ma'am. And then in August, I was sanctioned for the July one, and when I got out, the job I did have, because that goes back to the employment I had. I had one job, and I was cutting grass because that was something I can do without coming in too much contact with other people, and I made like $80 to $100 and something every month. And but when I went to jail and I come out, I had missed my scheduled every 2-week cut. So I couldn't pay for a class in August. And again, the rules of the program is you got to pay your money on the first of the month, or you're not going to be able to take class for that month. You won't get, even if you take it, you won't get credit for it. You know, so I'm just, you know, I've always, I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, not take class. You know, I mean, I completed the program in Angola. And the 3 years or so that I've been home, I've been going regularly and actively participating, you know, and it's just, I had some things going on with me and I tried to fix it on my own and I blew it. You know,
Okay, but you said that you've been going regularly, but you did say that you quit going a year ago to
not my sex offender class, not that class. I'm talking that's the mental health class, the mental counseling. Because I went to counseling, I had an opportunity to discuss with them the problem, and they gave me medication. And I felt after the medication took effect, I thought that everything was good.
Yes, I'm gonna request that we go into an executive session right now to discuss confidential matters.
I second.
Jackie Taylor?
Here.
Here, yes.
Yeah. The pro panel is now reconvening.
I can hear you, man.
Okay, we're gonna take roll. Mr. Tillis?
Here.
Mr. Faison?
Here.
Ms. Blue? Here. Mr. Campbell, you left prison at a very difficult time for our state. We had pandemic, we had hurricanes, we had lots of things happening. But I read all of your notes and you did attend and makeup classes all the time. I would find that you were guilty of missing those 2 months, 2 of the 3 months. I would find that you, were not guilty of showing proof of employment because I saw where you would show them your payment on your phone. But sir, you have a drug problem, don't you? My vote today would be to, in lieu of revocation, send you to a long-term DOC substance abuse program. And in reading your history, I don't think that your housing residence plan is what's best for you. I would encourage you to find an agency or a group that can provide you when you get out, not go back to your residence, but gets into an organization for at least a year when you get out. But that's just my vote. The others, may have something different, but in lieu of revocation, long-term substance abuse with a different residency plan for 1 year when you return from supervision. Ms. Stapleton?
I agree with Ms. Ledoux, everything that she said. I mean, we want you to be successful in life, and we know that you've had some struggles. And even in spite of those struggles, you've tried to do everything you could to be successful. But I agree with Ms. Ledoux. At the hospital where you receive counseling, they probably have a handle on different places that you could go to, because you need to be in an environment where they're going to encourage you to get your mental health counseling. And look, a lot of times they'll come and bring a van and pick you up and take you in and have day programs and stuff. Those things are available. And I don't know if you have Medicaid, but they'll even have to sign up for Medicaid. And they might do that at the prison before you get out. I'm just not sure. But there's a lot of things available for that, for the mental health struggles that you're having, substance abuse struggles, all of those when you get out. And please avail yourself to that, because I don't think you want a lifetime in prison. So my vote is in lieu of revocation, exactly what Ms. Ledoux said. I agree.
Mr. Tiller?
I concur.
For the record, you have no criminal activity since you've been out, other than the positive drug screens, which we're addressing. So today you have not been revoked, but you will be returned to custody for long-term substance abuse treatment.
Thank you.
The time is now 9:58, and we have concluded our business there at CALCASIEU Correctional Center.
Thank you, board.
Come up a little bit.
All right. I don't hear nothing though.
You ain't saying anything yet.
Who that dude is in the red? That's old man.
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's Terry. That's the social worker. Here we go, Mr. Rob. Man. Mm. Man. Man. Yeah. Okay. Say about it. It's not me. Well, that's just, you know.
That's narrow.
You know what they doing, Miss Brown? They making me sweat, huh?
They saying it.
Ain't saying nothing.
Good morning. The time is now 10:08, Thursday, November 21st. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today on my left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my right, Carolyn Stapleton. My name is Jerry Ledoux. We are going to be hearing a revocation case at Orleans Parish Prison. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record? Still mute.
He's on mute.
I believe you're still on mute.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Sir.
Okay, my name is EMANUEL HARRIS JR. My DOC number is 430-221.
Okay. Mr. Harris, do you have a paper in front of you that you recognize your signature? It's a parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That indicates that you do not meet the guidelines by the Supreme Court for appointed counsel. However, I do note that Ms. Angela Beam is a retained attorney and she is present today. She's present today for the hearing. And Ms. Beam, we would ask that you interject when you need to, and we can call on you at the appropriate time. Also, you have Terry Pierce, a client advocate, Candace Rigdon, a fiance, and Linda Rigdon, your mother-in-law. But first of all, we're going to ask to read some violation accusations against you, violation, and you plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty with the statement. Condition number 4, on or about 7/7/2024, you are arrested by NOPD for committing the offense of battery of a dating partner by strangulation. On 8/30/2024, those charges were dismissed. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 10, you failed to make payments toward your monthly supervision fees and you are currently $126 in arrears. How do you plead?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. We're gonna allow your fiance and mother-in-law to make statements before we get to the council, if that's okay with you, Ms. Bean.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Okay. At this time, then, Linda Rigdon, if you'd like to speak.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Morning.
What would you like to say to the parole panel?
I would like to make a statement on Emmanuel Harris Jr.'s behalf. On the morning in question, he was wrongly accused of strangulating my daughter. I was present when the altercation took place. He never put his hands on my daughter. So where the strangulation came in at, I don't know.
Okay. Candace Rigdon, your his fiance, your daughter wishes to speak.
Yes, she's my daughter. And I would like to also say, if I may please, that I would be so appreciative if Emmanuel could be released from jail because he has been wrongly accused of doing something and incarcerated all this time for something that he did not do. And I really need him home. I'm disabled and I'm handicapped, and he is a big asset to me. Okay. And he doesn't deserve to be where he's at right now.
Okay, we're going to hear from your daughter now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to say that my fiance is in jail for no reason. We've been together for 12 years. I love him with all my heart. Yes, we did have an altercation. Yes, I did call the police. But he never put his hands on me. I need him home. His sister needs him. His grandkids need him, and he's been in jail for a very long time. Also, I do want to add that he was looking for a job. His lawyer has proof of that. I sent it over to her. So he was currently looking for employment. But my fiance's in there for no reason, and can y'all please let him come home? I miss him so much.
Okay, so are you saying that you filed a false police report?
No, ma'am. I never told that man that he put his hand around my throat. There was pushing involved. But other than him strangling me, he never did so. He absolutely never did so.
We appreciate hearing from you. Ms. Would you like to speak next or allow Mr. Terry to go next?
If it would be possible for me to speak last, that would be my preference.
Thank you. We will allow that, surely.
Thank
Terry,
you.
Mr. Pierce, if you'd like to address the panel.
Yes, my name is Terry Pierce. I work with the Orleans Public Defender's Office in the Client Service Division as a peer mentor advocate. And I just want to reiterate that we are ready to prepare to support Mr. Harris throughout while he's free, to try to make sure that he seek employment and help him try to find some employment. I mean, it's a real challenge for guys coming home on parole, and we don't have any programs, and most people are unwilling to hire convicts, so what I intend to do is try to do as much as I can and give Mr. Harris a hand at, and we already enrolled him in CADDO for, whatever challenges he may be having, and they're willing to help him out too as well. So should the board consider releasing Mr. Harris, I will make sure that I personally give him a hand in trying to seek employment and do whatever else that needs to be done. Thank you.
I'd like to ask, is it okay if I go ahead and ask the question of him first? Mr. Pierce, I noticed in your plan for Mr. Harris that you said that he is going to live with his sister. Is that the reentry plan that you have, that he goes to live with his sister?
Well, his sister is willing to take him in because she have his grandchildren and whatnot, and she would like to help him. I mean, she need help around her house as well.
So is that the solid plan for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he would.
I think she turned in a statement as well.
Right. So he would not be returning to his previous.
Well, for the sake of the allegations, to keep everything down, where we won't have any disputes about the incident that was alleged against him. You understand? We're just for safekeeping. That's all that was conducted for. We arranged for him to go and stay with his sister. That way, no one can say that he was, just a stay away pause for a minute.
Well, isn't there a protective order against him?
No.
I can speak to the protective order. There was as a bond condition when he was originally charged in Orleans, but since the charges were refused, there's not currently an active protective order, at least with respect, like from the Orleans courts.
Okay, all right, that answers.
I think Mr. Pierce was completed. Terry, were you finished with what you had to say?
Yes, that's all it was done for, just for safekeeping, that's all. To reassure that Mr. Harris really wants to continue on his parole run and do best as he can, and seek employment. And Cade is located here in Orleans Parish. So we would make sure that he travel back and forth to do whatever if necessary.
Well, at this point, if you would, Ms. Beam, if you would like to make a statement.
Would it be possible for me to speak after Mr. Harris's questions?
Yes. Ms. Stapleton, do you have questions that you would like to?
I do. I mean, you were charged, they were called out by your girlfriend. She placed a call. And so she must have been frightened. Would that be correct to say? I mean, why would you call the police unless you were frightened? Yeah, I'm talking to you. I know you.
You're on mute. Mr. Harris.
I'm here. I did call the police. I was not frightened.
We're talking to Mr. Harris now. So Mr. Harris, Mr. Stapleton is asking the question of you.
Okay, man, I'm sorry. I went after the altercation. I tried my best to get out the door, to step outside, smoke a cigarette. That's what I normally do when we fuss. I just go outside and cool off. I didn't even know the police was being called. I was outside when the police pulled up. I really was.
You were saying after the altercation, what was involved in the altercation?
Well, I was trying to get out the door to go outside. Candace was fussing.
Yeah, all right. You're talking fussing, that's just verbal. But she was talking about pushing
She
and
was mad
shoving.
at me, and she was fussing at me. And me, I could have.
What? I'm sorry, it's
Yeah,
free. Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now.
All right. Yeah, she was mad at me, and I could have did something different other than try to walk out on her like I did, But I was mad, and they'll tell you I don't like screaming. I just I'd rather just go outside and walk it off. But by me trying to walk to the door, she got madder, and she blocked the door. And the bed is right there by the door. Our bedroom is in the front room because it's only a 2-bedroom apartment. And she grabbed me, and we got on the bed. It's a lot of wrestling around. I was trying to get up, and when I did get the chance to get up and break away from her, I just ran out the door and slammed the door. But I didn't know she had called the police. I really didn't. I was standing outside when the police pull up. And you can ask the police that. I was standing outside. I didn't know no police was called.
Okay, and she said at one point when she had the domestic violence, they have a questionnaire that she was afraid, well, that you did things in the heat of the moment, but she was afraid that things were going to get worse.
I never read. I would never read nothing that she said. I only know what I did. I tried to get up out of there. I tried my best to get up out of there. But when Candace grabbed me, we was on the bed, and she was trying to hold me down. I just got her up off me, and I hit the door.
Well, they upgraded the call from to strangulation when they saw the line marks on the side of her neck. That was where they saw it was a simple battery in the beginning, and then they upgraded it to that. And she showed him that. I mean, she allowed the picture to be taken and everything. You know anything about that?
Excuse me, ma'am. You had paused.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know how she got the marks on her neck, which caused it to be upgraded to a domestic abuse battery with strangulation? How she got the marks?
The marks on the neck, ma'am. To be honest with you, when she grabbed me, and we was on the bed. All we did was wrestle off the bed. When I got a chance to break free, I hit the door. I didn't even know the police was being called. I really didn't. My mother-in-law was right there, you know. I didn't know the police were being called, but she thought I was leaving her. And I have no reason to leave her, not for no argument, you know. Me and Candace been together for 12 years.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
read
12.
that.
Excuse me?
I read that y'all been together for 12 years. I
Like,
did.
we've been together for 12 years. You know, why would I just leave you? You know, after 12 whole years, I'm 53 years old. You know, I ain't no type of person that can just go out and find a woman and build a life with them. I'm 53 years old. We've been together for 12 years. You know, I was planning on spending the rest of my years with her. You know, I wasn't going nowhere.
So when we were talking earlier with the client advocate, he was talking about you living with your sister. How does that work out with you and Candace, Ms. Regan? How does that?
Well, between me and Candace, we're gonna have to take things real slow because I wanna work with Mr. Terry and try to get my status back up as far as me getting a job. Mr. Terry said that he can help me get into anger management. So things like this won't happen, and I can learn other ways to dealing with my anger as far as just walking out on a person when they fussing at me, you know. There's other things I could have did to resolve this matter instead of just walking out the door. Because I understand now, after being locked up after all this time, I understand now me walking out just made her madder. And I shouldn't have did that, you know. I feel if I would have never walked out the door, she would have never called the police. You know, she just was mad. And I understand after being locked up and thinking about it, long as I've been thinking about it, she was mad. And when I walked out the door, that just made her madder. And I should have just at least listened to what she had to say and let her fuss. Because at the end of the day, I know she loved me and she know I love her, but she thought I was gonna leave her. And I wasn't going nowhere. Where is it for me to go?
Well, you also have on here, but it's not a large amount of money that you're in arrears on your monthly supervision fee. Did you have a job?
I was looking for a job. I got my I got my paperwork. My lawyer had my paperwork. It's all on. I was on Indeed. I was home a month and a half, and I filled out applications up and down Canal Street at Burger King, Popeyes, McDonald's, and they had the for hiring sign up, but they never did call me. Well, they never called me at that time. By me being up in here, I know I'm gonna have to go back and reapply, but Mr. Terry said he can help me find a job. But I was
Mr.
looking
Terry said he can help you find a job. Again, now where is that gonna be at? Where are you gonna be at in location to where Candace is at? How far away is that?
I'm gonna be in Luling.
Luling? How far is that away from New Orleans?
That's all about 45 minutes. About 45 minutes from out of the city.
Okay. And that's gonna be okay with the two of y'all to live separate and apart?
It's gonna have to be, ma'am. And in order for us to get back on track, I'm willing to do anything. You know? For real.
Sorry, yes, we're gonna go into executive session.
Okay.
Would it be possible for me to make the statement first, or would you like me to do that when you get back?
I think it would be appropriate if you do it now.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you allowing me to speak last. My name is Angela Beam. I'm a public defender in Orleans Parish, and I've represented Mr. Harris since his arrest on July 6th of this year. In the past 5 months that he's been incarcerated in Orleans, he has had 0 write-ups, which I think is worth emphasizing, because at the jail right now, it is extremely overcrowded and the standard to get write-ups is very low. And in the past 5 months, Mr. Harris has had absolutely 0 issues. As we've discussed, the one charge in this case was refused, and I know you made mention to the photo. His PO had brought that to my attention as well. I've actually never had the opportunity to view the photos since the case was refused early. I didn't have access to any discovery in the case, but I will say that from my initial meeting with Mr. Harris and from speaking with Miss Candace very shortly after his arrest, their stories have been the same since 5 months ago. Both have maintained Mr. Harris's innocence. And we heard that today from Miss Linda and Miss Candace as well. Mr. Harris didn't have an opportunity to go to trial to get that not guilty verdict as the state refused the charges. But that has been his position all along, that there was no strangulation. We heard that from the two witnesses as well today. What he did say today, and I think what's worth emphasizing, is that when this incident happened, when there was this verbal altercation, he had tried to de-escalate, he tried to walk outside. In the past 5 months, as he's had ample time to reflect on this, he's acknowledged that perhaps there are other ways to address arguments, to avoid any issues, to ensure that both of them are safe. And I think that, as Mr. Pierce mentioned, the class that we've got him connected with, CADDO, will really give him the opportunity to build up that skill set to avoid any future arguments in the future. And I guess that's not really the right way to say it, because arguments are inevitable in life. But what this class will do is arm him with the skills to approach any future altercations in a better way. I think right now, allowing him to be released, allowing him to return to his family, and with the support of our office, with Terry's support, will position him to thrive. As he mentioned, prior to his arrest, he had applied to a ton of jobs, but just wasn't getting calls back. That's something that we can help with. Because Mr. Harris does have prior convictions, that obviously poses some barriers to securing employment, but our office is working with tons of partner organizations in the community that are specifically trying to hire folks who have had prior interactions with the criminal legal system. That's something we can absolutely help him with. I want to emphasize that while Mr. Harris does have prior convictions, he has no domestic violence convictions whatsoever. In his 12 years with Miss Candace, there were no issues whatsoever. This was an anomaly where the police were called in the heat of the moment. And I would just ask that the board give Mr. Harris another chance to be returned to parole so that his family and our office can set him up to thrive. Thank you.
The record that it shows on 7/19/2019 that there was the offense of simple assault, simple battery, and battery of a dating partner. So that was a previous. And then there was several, like in 1990, aggravated assault, October 1990, aggravated assault, October 1992, aggravated assault. Well, I guess it was 2009, maybe, armed robbery. And then there was a simple robbery in 2009. And then you were, again, 7/19/2019. And then you had a 9/28/20 arrested in St. Charles PD for committing the offense of domestic abuse battery. So what about all that?
And I apologize, I don't have his full arrest record. What I have is just his convictions from in a report that the Orleans Parish Court produces. And from what I could see, there wasn't any prior domestic violence related convictions. I unfortunately don't have information about prior arrests.
Well, all of these are St. Charles PD and well, I just heard it's extensive.
Significant, extensive history.
Yeah, and there is domestic violence involved.
Lots. I want to know who the victim, yeah, I mean, we can't ask that, but I'm wondering if the victim is the same victim we have today. So, but yeah, for clarification purposes, we bring that up. There's been a request for executive. Are you finished, Ms. Vane?
I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see.
Hi. Call for it.
Ms. Tillis? Ms. Davidson?
Yes.
Ms. Lagoon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The committee is back in session at 10:37. We'll have a roll call. Mr. Tillman?
Here.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Here.
Mrs. Wood? Here. Mr. Harris, I think the panel is prepared to vote. And so Ms. Stapleton's been assigned your case. She's going to vote first.
Okay, so in lieu of revocation. Okay, sir, today, we do have the previous, domestic violence charges, like I said, in 2019 and 2020. Okay, and those were in St. Charles, with St. Charles PD, so that's a concern. So in lieu of revocation, I'm going to suggest that you go to a transitional work program for 6 months.
Mr. Tillman?
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
Mr. Harris, one of the hindrances to being successful has been employment recently. I think that Terry, Mr. Pearson, the program that he has will be very successful in assisting you. My vote is going to be in lieu of revocation to send you to a transitional work program, requesting that be in the area or that you reside near Luling. I think that's your plan. I would also suggest that your residence plan would be for 6 months. And then you can get out and be much more successful with the tools that'll be provided. And we'll hope to not see you again, okay? So today, in lieu of your revocation, we're requesting you to be sent to a transitional work program.
What is that?
I think they'll all be able to explain that to you. The time is now 10:40, and we're going to conclude our business at Parole.
You told us that the speed limit at that location is 35 miles per hour.
No, that's, okay, oh, dico, queste ottime, una, quello. Well, this care, care, no, this.
Again?
Okay, the time is 11:04. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. On the panel today, to my left is Chuck Tillis, to my right is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm Jerry. We are at LaFourche Parish Jail. Do we have any staff in the with you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I just walked in.
Could you please identify yourself and let us know your position there?
Hi, Nellie Biggs, classification officer.
Great, thank you so much. Mr. Williams, would you state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Donald Ray Williams Jr., 51515084.
5084. That is correct. Sir, you're here for a hearing that you're accused of violating conditions of parole. I'm going to read those violations to you, and I need you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty or guilty with a statement. Condition number 3, you failed to live the reported address. You failed to report the new address to the supervising agent. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 4, you were arrested on May 21st, 2024 for the Sheriff's Office in charge with domestic abuse, battery with child endangerment. These charges were null prossed on September 25th, 2024. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number 9, you admitted not living at your reported address and refused to report your new address. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
We don't have anyone here speaking on your behalf. Let me ask you, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Just a moment. We're going to put one up on the screen to make sure that you signed that on 10/23/24. Okay, do you see your name down there at the bottom? Let's see. We're getting there. Is that your name?
Yes, I don't see that. Yes, ma'am, I see.
Okay, that's a screening tool to the guidelines for the Supreme Court. You are not eligible based on your answers, so you do not have appointed counsel today. I'm go ahead and turn over the questions to Ms. Stapleton, and she's going to ask something.
Okay, sir, you said that on the number 3 question that you were not guilty. You failed to report to the new address. You failed to report the new address to supervising agent. Why is that not guilty?
Because I never, when I got released from jail in 23, my address was 289 Sanders Street. And when this so-called situation that I came to jail for occurred, I had resided at my own address, which was 114 Iron Street, and I reported it in the parole officer. Like when I do my monthly reports, I put the new date on there. I mean, the new address on there. And that's my address I've been at my whole life. I just was living at the 289 Sanders Street temporarily with my girlfriend, and things went wrong, and I just went back to my house.
Did you let him know that you switched back and forth like that? I mean, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did. And it's in black and white. Like when you fill out the monthly report, you have to put your address on there. And I also, like, anytime he said, my parole officer advised me if anything was to change, I always notify him, and we always did phone messages, and we were supposed to do duos, but I don't recall any duos, but I always notified him of everything. But he wasn't talking about that address. I guess he's talking about another address. So I'm not sure though. But as far as the part, I had wrote y'all a letter. Y'all received my letter I wrote?
Yes, we received several letters. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
okay, I got it.
Yeah, like I never admitted to not being at 114 Iron Street. But when it came down to preliminary hearing,
yeah,
I guess they misunderstood what I said, but I never admitted to not living at the address I've been at my entire life.
Okay, let me ask you about, the number 4. You were arrested on May 21st, 2024 by the LaFouche Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with domestic abuse battery with child endangerment.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that to me, please?
Okay. The incident happened June something. I don't remember the correct date, but the so-called victim, which was my witness, but she couldn't log into the Zoom. But anyway, they called me into the police station and they were like, they just wanted to hear my side of the story because everything wasn't adding up. So I went into the station and they heard my side of the story, and the officers were like, I was free to go. Now, from that time until I think the paperwork said January 19th of 24.
Yes, January 15th.
Okay, that right there, from my knowledge, the victim had suffered from a seizure. And it had some pictures or something, the parole officer said, some pictures about her face being swollen or something like that.
That's right.
But that wasn't what I came to jail for.
What'd you come to jail for?
I came to jail for me and her getting in an argument in June of 2023. That's what I came to jail for in May, but that's what the warrant came about from June, whatever the date was in June. At January incident, I was nowhere around.
Okay, well, the January incident, according to the report, Ms. Price claimed that Mr. Williams became upset after she refused to let him use her vehicle. He struck Ms. Price multiple times in the face, causing a seizure episode. When she woke up, she had several contusions on her face, and the child was in the living room. What about that one? And she said that she did not say anything about the incident at the time because she feared retaliation from you.
That's not true, ma'am. If that was true, I'm not trying to argue nothing y'all saying, but if that was true, I would have had more than one count of domestic abuse battery if it was more than one incident, right?
Not if she doesn't report it.
She reported it that day, like
that one. And then let's see, Agent Bear also provided 4 photos of Miss Price that were filed with the January police report, the January, okay, the one we just talked about, January police report. The photos show a laceration and bruising on the forehead and right eye was swollen shut.
Is there any way we can notify the victim? Because she tried to log on. She even called the bailiff. Let's see. Lieutenant Foote just she called up here trying to log into it. She said she couldn't get into it. She can speak better than I could because that happened from us, ma'am.
I would like to read from the narrative that your agent provided. On May 22nd, 2024, received a call from your ex-girlfriend, you said, or she said, she asked if the subject had a hold of him, previously spoke to her about the new domestic abuse battery charge, and she told me she was fearful for her life, told her the subject is detained, and I met with him today at the jail. I asked why he was so confident she was dropping the charge. She stated she told him that because she is afraid of him hurting her or sending someone to hurt her. Stated she will not be dropping the charge. And the agent said that he would be monitoring the charge. And then you told the agent that she would be coming and dropping those charges.
Yeah, because my family had spoke with her and she let them know that she's not going through with it because it's not true. She just was hurt because I was dealing with another female.
Well, we've got some pictures and we've got a police report. And so we've got January and then we've got May, because you said there was no previous one. And then that says there was an alleged incident in June of 2023, according to.
That's when I came to jail for the June incident. There was no January.
So June of 2023, we got January 2024, and we got May of 2024. And then we've got her saying that she was fearful of you. That's why, you know, she didn't come forward, and that you wanted her to drop the charges.
Did y'all receive a letter from the victim?
You have to understand about police charges, and if somebody goes to drop them, the victim does not bring the charges. The state brings the charges.
Okay.
So if a police officer goes to a crime scene because they've been called by someone or by the person saying that they're being beat up, and they see evidence of that by bruises on the person or the statement of the person, so then the state brings the charges. Okay. So even like in this situation, when a victim says later they recanted, that happens a lot of times for many different reasons, and yet it was true when it happened. And the fear is you have it happening over and over and over, and then one day we get a call that it's a homicide.
I understand.
And there's where the problem comes in. Especially when we have pictures and we see bruises and swollen eyes and different things like that, even if the victim comes back and says that they made that allegation.
Yes, ma'am. Is there, look, can I speak?
Yeah,
as far as the photos, like when that situation happened, I was nowhere around, and the woman put the photos on Facebook, and one of her female, how would I put it, a woman that she's dealing with who's trying to eliminate me out of the picture so she can get closer to the woman, provided the picture to the police. Miss Price didn't bring the pictures to the police. It was another female named Tasha Robinson who brought the pictures to the police. And then she persuaded the victim that she had to come to the police station because the victim said something about some money being stolen. She went there with the situation about the money, and that's when.
Well, she talked about that the money was stolen, but we do have the domestic abuse battery, so we're just going to stick with what is on the revocation sheet. Okay, we'll stick with that and the address.
Okay.
That because we have all that we're dealing with, that we actually have that you're not living at your reported address and refusing to report your new residence is what it says here. And there's already been a preliminary hearing.
I live at one. Ma'am?
They found probable cause at the preliminary hearing on all these things.
Okay. But I reside at the 114 Irish Street address. What address do y'all have as far as me living there?
Oh, no.
There's a big difference between what address you put on as a residence and where you lay your head at night. Okay, and if they're used to seeing you over at your girlfriend's all the time, then that's where they're gonna go look for you. Okay?
Okay.
So this going back and forth, that's not the conditions of parole.
No, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I'm not trying to go back and forth. I'm just.
No, it's just frustrating because people don't stay where they're staying, they're gonna stay.
I was staying at the 289, but after the misunderstanding, I went back to my original address.
Okay, well, I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Tillman?
I have no questions.
I think the panel is prepared to vote.
Yes, sir, I'm gonna find you in violation. I mean, I'm gonna revoke you today based upon the revocation hearing, domestic abuse battery with child endangerment, that you weren't at the residence, that you said you were going to be. and you failed to report your new address to your supervising agent. So on 3, 4, and 9, I'm gonna revoke you.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with, Ms. Stapleton.
my vote is also to revoke for the same reason. So today your parole has been revoked. The time is 11:19 and we've concluded our business at LaFouche.
No.
Okay, the Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is now 11:27, and we are going to be hearing offenders at St. Bernard Parish Prison. Is there any staff there currently to introduce yourself? Okay, so let me begin again. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. The time is now 11:28, and our remote site is St. Bernard Parish Prison. Serving on the panel today to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Ms. Stapleton. My name is Ms. Ledoux. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself and give us your DOC number?
My name is Samuel E. Mack Jr., DOC 3027223.
Okay. Mr. Mack, I'm going to first of all ask you if you have what's called a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you see your signature.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the answers to that, that's a screening tool by the Supreme Court. You're not eligible for appointed counsel.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question because you have been accused of violating condition number 4 of your parole.
Yes, ma'am.
And I need you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. So number 4 says on August the 3rd, 2024, you were arrested by the St. Bernard Sheriff's Office for felony domestic abuse strangulation. On September the 30th, 2024, you pled guilty to disturbing the peace by fighting in the 34th Judicial District Court, and you were sentenced to 30 days parish jail, credit for time served. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Would you answer questions by Mr. Tillis?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Thank you.
Good. Tell me what happened.
I was by my kids' parents' house, mother, and I was standing by her for maybe 4 or 5 days at the time, and I was getting my truck worked on, which is still at that shop, and I used her car when I came home back by her house, because I actually live in Baton Rouge, and she was sitting there, and we were just talking, and I ended up calling her brother on my phone. She had the phone for a while, and as we was talking, when we finished talking, I ended up calling my daughter, because I told my daughter, you might have to come pick me up tomorrow and bring me to pick up my car, because I ain't gonna be able to use her car and pick up my truck. And she said, okay, and that kind of triggered something within her, thinking I'm saying something else. And the only reason, because she does hair, she wasn't going to be able to bring me. So I was going to have to take the car myself, but then I wasn't going to be able to get the truck. But anyway, she had something built up in her just off past relationship. She thinking I was messing with someone, and it just all come out that night. So we went to pushing each other around and fussing, and we sitting outside in front of the door. And when I said, it kind of calmed down, when I said I'm about to leave, because I called my daughter, and she was gonna come pick me up. I was gonna go by my sister's house. When I said that, it kind of touched her the wrong way, I guess. So I went inside, grabbed my things, and she come hollering. She snatched one of my bags out of my hand. But that went on. We pushing, and they had the other girl in there stopping, getting in between us. So as I was walking out the door, I saw the same a flashlight. I saw a flashlight, and the officer came up. He told me to just wait out there in the driveway. So I did for about 25, 30 minutes. While they was around, they went inside to see what was going on. And after that, they put me under arrest. First, they had her handcuffed for whatever reason. I don't know what was going on inside with her. And then they came, and I'm really thinking they're gonna let me go, talk to me a little further. But after about 25 minutes, they came and asked me to put my hands behind my back. I was under arrest. And they brought me to jail.
So that's the first time you and your friend had an incident?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You hadn't had any with her before?
No, I never went to jail with her before. But this is something new. She don't normally act like this.
Mm-hmm. I see. So did you try to leave or before the argument?
Not before the argument. I didn't. It's like I got T-boned. I didn't really see it happening.
Did you strangle her?
I grabbed her. Yes, sir. I grabbed her. I didn't choke her out or anything, just to keep her off of me. And it was like I tried to push her the run because she's scratching me. So I'm trying to get away from her. That's the only way I could try to hold her back.
How many days did you serve? They gave you 30 days.
Right now it's like 82 or 83 days.
You've been in 82, serving a 30-day.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Ms. Carolyn, do you have?
Yeah, I'm reading where in 2013, of course, that was 10 years ago, with this same woman, there was a physical altercation also where says that you had her against the fence and you were choking her with both of your hands. You were arrested for that.
No, 2013, I was incarcerated, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. Identified, Deputy Acosta located the complaint identified as Ms. Kim, who stated that, oh, maybe I'm reading it wrong. I'm sorry. So I apologize. Said that she was strangled in 2013.
No, ma'am.
You didn't strangle her this time. You didn't put your hands around her neck.
No, ma'am. Oh, this time?
This time, right. This time.
Yes, ma'am. This time I did. I didn't, like I said, I didn't strangle, but I held her back.
But was it with your hands around her neck?
It's basically like this. I'm holding her in a push position right here.
You see, when you do that, you can see where that's strangulation. I mean, when you do something like this, that's where the charge for domestic abuse battery, which strangulation came in, which is more severe.
Right.
All right. Yeah, that's where that came in, though.
Okay.
The domestic, it's where you had your hands at, that's considered a strangulation point. Okay, thank you.
I have one question. Were you working when you were arrested, where were you working?
I work with the International Boilermakers, Brotherhood of Local 37, and I
Yeah,
was scheduled to go on the 8th of September to Monticello, Mississippi.
yeah, and you've been to Georgia, but those, Georgia,
I
and,
went to Georgia, but the previous job was coming from West Monroe.
okay. I mean, I read where you had requested your travel permits appropriately.
Right.
And, had you received any verbal reprimands or any sanctions before this?
No, ma'am.
I didn't see any either, but, so basically you were having pretty good conduct and good relationship with your parole officer?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this is the first time I had any incident.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Panel prepared to vote?
I'm ready. My vote is to do not revoke. And I hope you've served, I saw that 30 days and you served 82 days on this.
Yes, sir.
My vote is to do not revoke.
Mr. Second.
See, when I was reading it, that, am I correct that she was highly intoxicated?
No, she was intoxicated.
Right, she was highly
Oh,
intoxicated.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And she was very aggressive with the deputies.
She was inside and I was outside, so I really.
Going on.
But I know she was in handcuffs way before I were.
Okay. I'm gonna vote to not revoke you with the condition that you have no contact with Miss Kemp again. Do y'all have any children together?
Yes, but they're grown. I don't need to see her. They're grown. We do have, the oldest son lives with me in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
And he's in college right now.
Okay. So I'm going to put a stipulation that you have no contact with Miss Kemp.
Okay.
Okay.
I can live with that.
Ms. Stapleton, well, you'll have to get out.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
Okay, and I concur with Ms. Ledoux. I don't want you to have any contact with her. Obviously, it's a toxic relationship and needs to stop. It needs to end.
Yes, ma'am.
So today you have not been revoked, but you will have an additional condition. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the time is now 11:40, and that concludes our business at St. Bernard Parish Prison. We'll be signing off. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, it's not yet noon, 11:48. The Committee on Parole is in panel in Baton Rouge at headquarters. On my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Ms. Stapleton. I'm Ms. Ledoux. We are hearing an offender at West Feliciana Parish Jail. Would the staff there please introduce yourself for the record?
Yeah, I'm Captain Ben Smiley with the West Feliciana Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
And I have Howard TROSCLAIR right here to my right.
Okay, sir, yes, if you'll have a seat, we'll get started. Did, Mr. Trosclair can have a seat if you don't mind, would be helpful. Mr. Trosclair, did you hear our my introduction of the panel? You'd see our names.
That's right. How you doing?
So, Mr. Trosclair, you're before this panel today as a second class offender. You're serving a 15-year sentence with the crime being operation of a vehicle while intoxicated 4. You have a parole eligibility date, May 15th, 2025, a good term date, 12/4/2025, and a full term date, 8/15/2036. Is that correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
I do see that you have received 345 days for programming. We're going to ask you, first of all, tell us why you are here, the specifics of your crime, and why we should provide you an early release.
I'm here for I had a 3rd and 4th DWI. I was drinking. I was just caught in the lifestyle of the job I had. You know, I was gone at the time. So when I come in, I was off. So I basically just drank. But I did work on the side while I was off. Because I worked offshore for 20 years, you know. Excuse my name. But I'm a welder by trade, by experience actually, from picking it up. I have a family of 4. I took the program. The most I could say that I've experienced the time that I've been incarcerated was at Beaujeu when I did the program. I learned more about myself because I told myself I learned accountability, but for the risk factors of myself, of what was leading to the things that led to my arrest, which is nobody's fault but my own. And I take, you know, I accept full responsibility for that because I was drinking and, you know, I shouldn't have been driving. There's people I can call to come get me, you know, so I have no excuse, and I learned justification as well. You know, I stop trying to justify everything I do and just take responsibility and do differently. You know, the choice is mine. It's not up.
I'm sorry, we all of a sudden can't hear. So I think you muted it somehow.
How's that?
That's better, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I must have hit it. But I also have another letter here from my job. Because I have since I've been incarcerated, I've completed, I was at Bossier. I completed the Bossier program.
You're talking about Steve Hoyle? Are you talking about the Steve Hoyle program?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you in that program? I'm sorry to interrupt. But
I was there for approximately 2 years because I did the 1 year program, and then I stayed there and I worked for the sheriff department as a trustee for about a year, and then I came here in June of this year, and I started working a job in June of this year, which I'll still be able to hold. I don't know if I'll be able to show it to y'all from the company I'm working for now. It's a it says, to whom it may concern, Howard has been employed by Point Solitude Manufacturing Company for some months now. He has exhibited excellent work ethic, takes direction well, and gets along with others. We understand that he is up for a parole hearing shortly. We are communicating you to written form our intention to keep him employed in the event he is released. If you require any additional character, reference, or general information, please don't hesitate to contact the below coordinates. And his name is Brandon Gaspar, and he's the general manager at Point Solitude Manufacturing. And I have a family of 4. They was trying to be present today, but I'm not sure if they was able to get through or.
I believe we have 2 people here. Yeah. We'll get to their, yes, we'll get to them in a minute. I'd like to ask if Officer Smiley, do you supervise, are you with the transitional work program, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you speak about his conduct and work ethic and the program?
To be honest, he's got one of the, I'm gonna say the best jobs here. It's about 5 of them. I'm gonna put like it's the highest paying job here. He does welding. He hasn't been any problem to us. As far as I know, he's not received any DBs or anything like that. I haven't had any problem out of him, and he does have a good job. And I got it for. I'm the one to get the jobs for him, and he's held on to it. So as long as he holds a good job and I don't have no complaints from the job, I assume he's doing good at the job.
So June, he's been at this job since June?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for the input. Appreciate it.
Yes,
ma'am. At this time, we will allow your mother to make a statement. Patty Fletcher is with us via Zoom. Would you like to make a statement, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do I answer questions or just make a statement?
You just let us know what you would want about this offender. I mean, about your son.
Yeah, I'm ready for him to come home. I think that the length of time that he's been gone, that he has changed his life. And I believe in God, and I have faith that he's going to do the right thing when he comes home.
Okay. And also, I guess you're Jamie Trosclair.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would like to speak. Go ahead.
Almost the same as my mother. I miss my brother very much, and he's never served this much time. So I believe that when he comes home, he will be a changed man.
Thank you. It's at the appropriate time now for Mr. Tillis to ask the offender questions.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howard. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. How you doing? Good.
You kind of answered a few questions. How many programs have you had other than the Steve?
I had the parenting. I'm not sure which programs I attended at Steve Hall. I'm not sure if they was all considered in that program or if they, because I have different certificates.
What other certificates you have? That's okay. I got it. How long have you been incarcerated?
In March it'll make 3 years.
3 years.
Yes, sir.
Your sister just said this is the longest you've ever been incarcerated. So have you been incarcerated before?
I have like misdemeanors. Like I would go to jail for like 30 days or 15 days or for things of that nature. Like it was no felonies or anything like that. It wasn't.
It involved drinking, alcohol. Yeah, I see you had 4. You know, I'm really happy that you've taken the classes and stuff to try to better yourself. And the only problem I kind of have is my brother was an alcoholic, and get out and do well 2-3 years and have a drink and hit the bottom again. And, you know, we're here for public safety, and that's what I'm a little concerned about. But it seems like you're trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, you gotta take it one day at a time, and you know, that's as long as I keep a good attitude about everything, that the outlook I have on life, you know, and know that my actions provide the outcome every night. And I think if I get my mental state of mind where it needs to be, that I could control the risk factors that I learned about myself that trigger some of the things that happen within myself.
So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just, so in order for me to address the problem, I have to find where the root of it is, and it's in me, and I don't put the blame on anybody but myself. And so in order to have a different outcome, I have to make different choices. And
do you have any idea how many times you were arrested?
Quite a few. It was just for like public intoxication or something like that.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions.
I was gonna go the same direction. You have a 4th offense, DWI. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you get 1 or 2 the charges, there's been many other times that you've been arrested and stuff. And there's always the risk of killing somebody on the road, having a homicide like that. And that's my concern today. You have complete opposition by law enforcement or an early release. That includes the DA. Obviously, you're a good person. Clearly. Alcoholism is not a trait of a good person or a bad person. It's a drug addiction like anything else. And we understand that. And our best program, from what I've told, is Steve Hoyle. And thank goodness I see where Judge Thibodeau recommended that you go through that. And so you got that opportunity, because we sit here and not everybody gets that opportunity. And you're doing well. You're doing well, and you have your family support and you're loved. And I wish you well, but I cannot, in good conscience, I'm not going to be able to give you parole today, because I'm still very concerned about a DWI and somebody being the victim on the road of a homicide. But I do wish you well, and it sounds like that's the direction you're headed. And continue taking these programs so that every day it's in your mind how you want to act when you do get out, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tiller?
My vote's to deny also. I think, if you continue on some more programming and, you had 4 offenses and it's all related to drinking. So my vote today is to deny.
Just so you know, at this point, the record shows you only have 7 months difference between your parole eligibility date and your good time date. So my vote today is to deny as well. You needed a unanimous decision. I wish you well. You can earn a lot of money, save up, so you can land on your feet when you get out. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
It is.
Is that the only one we have?
Yes, I was gonna say it's 12:04 and we're gonna conclude our business there. So thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Thank y'all. All right, they turn you down. There you go.
Okay, the time is now 12:12. The Louisiana Committee on Parole has been paneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Seated on the panel today, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Ms. Stapleton. My name is Ms. Ledoux. We're at Lafayette Parish Correctional Center for a revocation hearing. Sir, is any staff in the room? Could you please introduce yourself, sir? And mute your mic and. Okay.
I'm Corporal John Guidry.
Okay, Mr. Guidry, Corporal Guidry. All right, sir, would the inmate please identify yourself and give us your DOC number?
Michael Ordon, 499667.
Okay. Sir, you're before this panel today because you have been charged with some violations of the conditions of your parole. I'm going to read those conditions to you, and I'm going to ask for you to give me a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. But before I do that, I want to make sure that you are not qualified for appointed counsel. Do you have a parole revocation form in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll hold on, we can put one on the screen. That's your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, that's a Supreme Court tool to determine if you're eligible for appointed counsel. Based on your question, the answers to those questions, you're not. So we have you on violation number 3, that you failed to report since 5/3 of 2023. You failed to provide your parole officer with a valid address before making a change to your address. So you are absconding supervision and making your whereabouts unknown since 5/3 of 2023. How do you plead?
Guilty.
On number 4, on or about February 14th, 2024, you engaged in criminal conduct and committed the offense of domestic abuse, battery, serious bodily injury. On June 6, 2024, this charge was dismissed by the 16th Judicial Court, District Attorney's Office. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Also on that charge, on condition number 4, on or about September the 27th, 2022, you engaged in new criminal conduct and committed the offense of possession of a Scheduled 1 and possession of synthetic marijuana. You pled no contest to those charges of criminal mischief.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you plead guilty or not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Guilty.
Okay. And also number 4, you failed to refrain from illegal drug use, evidenced by your positive drug screen on 10/24/2022.
Guilty.
Number 10, you failed to submit monthly payments toward your supervision fees, and you're currently $2,431 in arrears.
Guilty.
We don't have anyone speaking on your behalf. I'm going to ask Mr. Tillis if he'll take the lead in asking questions.
Hey, Mr. Michael, how are you?
How you doing? I'm all right.
Good. On the first charges, you pled guilty. The second charge, you pled not guilty. And that was, that was dismissed. And the next 4th charge was using drugs. And you pled guilty. Have you had any problems with the drug problem, or what?
Well, she sent me to Keys. Like after that, I had took a rehabilitation program my parole officer had sent me to, and I completed that one. Like I had no more, drug uses after that.
What program was that, and when?
It's in New Iberia, Louisiana.
And when was that?
Right after that, she sent me. That happened in October, probably like November, like around November 2022.
Okay. And you've had no more problems since then?
No, sir.
All right. What's happening? You don't have a job?
No, sir. No, sir. I had one, like working for cash, because I had got laid off from Waffle House, and my parole officer was aware of that. Like, I had got my financial aid, and I was currently enrolling in schools. I had went to like 2 admissions for college, cosmetology, nail technician. And this incident happened.
I see. Okay. When you guys become a parole, there are some rules and regulations that we ask you to follow. And you didn't follow the first one in 2023. What's happening there? Why won't you talk to your parole officer and tell them what's happening?
I notified Miss Carrot, like she was aware of my living conditions, like I had became homeless. And like she had told me I had a certain amount of time to let her know that I found one, but I was living out of motels and I told her that. She was like, but she said I needed a permanent address. So I guess that's why she, I understand her reasons. So,
I got you. Okay, I have no more questions.
Ms. Stapleton.
I'm just gonna follow up on what Mr. Tillis said, that, that there's rules and regulations, and to me, I mean, they'll, plead guilty to the drug charges. You pled guilty, and that you're in the arrears for your payments, and that your, address, I know you said you were homeless, but they gave that as a reason for revocation. And you had a domestic violence battery against you also. Later, I know that it was dismissed, but on the rest of the ones you pled guilty. So you need to follow the rules. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a place of residence now?
Yes, sir.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about employment? What are you gonna do about that?
Yes, there's the boys.
You are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you incarcerated before you were paroled?
Last time,
Yeah.
8 years.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
So why do we have pictures of injuries to this person and then the charges are dismissed? Can you tell me a little bit about the domestic abuse battery?
It never happened. Like, I don't know how pictures get there. Like, I was never aware of no pictures. Like, I never went to court on the charge. The charge was thrown out of court due to lack of evidence, and I don't know where the pictures just come from or nothing. Like,
Pretty bad, huh?
Mr. Chillis, are you?
Yes, I'm ready to go. My vote today is going to be to do not revoke.
Ms. Stapleton.
My vote today is gonna be to revoke based on the, number 4, stipulation for number 4. I'm just looking at pictures for the domestic violence, and then I read that, and then, of course, you pled guilty to the synthetic marijuana drug use. We know you're in arrears, so, and you weren't at the address that you said, so 3, 4, and 10.
Sir, my vote is to also revoke your parole. So today your parole has been revoked, and we wish you well.
I don't qualify for a technical violation.
The in front of us, it's now 12:21, and we're finished there at that facility.
Ah. Oh,
Oh, yeah, you gotta say your name.
me?
No.
Oh. Yeah, it should be on the bottom of it, not guilty. Yeah, charger, children. Yeah, you find me not guilty.
He was gonna like it, somebody said wrong. And if they, also, he was found guilty, he was gonna not guilty. Every day. We just need to tell us, but you can't, you can share this. See, it's my story. I can't just let me get it. I can't. Is it bad? You see, class is then, you know. Just for me to go ahead and get you some. Get you some. Bring back exit. You hear? No, I don't. I didn't go in and tell you all the but I had to tell you. I just told you. I was going to be transparent. Would you say leave? It's down. Tell you I was saying, and you took that picture. They shouldn't have them, and I, it's really, if they ain't, the big people ain't really about that either. I really yes, I call it. It was like an many pictures. The first
Actually, okay. Look like we did.
Okay, okay.
We're gonna go. We don't know what it is. I just. Oh, yeah, I went in there to pull a file. It's just, I'm not already had the file, so I just made copies. We got a whole little situation. I'm so tired. I told my pain. I'm tired. I'm tired. I just want to go home. I'm gonna take out. Now I got some work tomorrow. I have meetings tomorrow. It's still sitting at the table. Oh, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Oh, really? Hey, Brooklyn. So we're going to make some on their families and get them from them jackets. For workplace. Yeah. And they can't, they still can't help all the pockets though. You don't get it. You don't get it. Oh, that. She didn't say, I'm coming, but I just know we can't have all that stuff. Look, see if there's something.
The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is now 12:29, and we're hearing offender at CADDO Correctional Center. And I see staff there. Would you please introduce yourself today?
Assistant Chief Dashay Darby, Deputy Davis classification.
Hey, thank you very much. We have before us an offender who is here for a revocation decision. On the panel today, did I introduce y'all?
No.
It's Mr. Tillis to my left, Ms. Stapleton to my right, and Ms. Ledoux. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a Supreme Court screening tool, and it shows that you are not eligible for appointed counsel today. So we're going to go ahead. What I'm going to do is read the allegations against you, and I'm going to ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty or guilty with a statement. Okay, and then we'll allow you to make the statement at the proper time.
Okay.
So why don't you introduce your name with your DOC number?
Charles Ray Gibson, Jr., 313261.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, you've been charged with violating condition number 3 of parole in that you moved from your listed residence without prior permission or knowledge from your parole officer, and you did not register a new address with the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office. How do you plead?
I guilty with a statement.
Condition number 4, on 5/7/2024, you tested positive for THC, cocaine, and alcohol. And on 5/31 of this year, you admitted to using cocaine. How do you plead?
Guilty.
And number 9, you moved from your listed residence without prior permission or knowledge from your parole officer, in which conducting home visits were impossible. How do you plead?
Not guilty with a statement.
All right. So I'd like to ask you, you are you're currently on supervision for bank fraud. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why what is your statement about not being where you were supposed to be? Because there's a difference between where you live and where you put your head.
Exactly.
And you're a registered sex offender?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's even more critical that we know where your head is.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Give me your statement on that, please.
Well, see, I have a full-time employment job, and when my parole officer come by the house, I'm not there at that time, and also I report it every month, and I attend all my classes that I'm supposed to attend. But when she come by, our time difference is different. You know, I leave at 5 in the morning. I do landscaping service. When I leave at 5 in the morning until I get through with work, she says she's come around about 5:30. We miss each other. But when she calls me and tell me to come to the office, I come to the office.
Okay. Tell me the address that's on your parole certificate.
Wow. I want to say 4136 Southern Avenue. Shreveport, Louisiana.
So the problem is that your officer has to know, and I read in the report, in the preliminary hearing, you transferred to another officer who told you you cannot live or stay at the alternate address because it's within 1,000 feet of a school. Okay, so then they said you could stay up to 3 days away from home. Well, they had not seen you within 4 days. The big problem is the landlord, Larry Davenport, says that he had been trying to locate you to collect rent. Okay, so there's two people looking for you. The landlord looking for his rent money and your officer. If you had a phone, did she try to call you?
And she called me, and I came in as she asked.
But she could pop in, in any time whenever you're at that address. You're supposed to be at that address. Did you work nights?
No, ma'am. I only work from 5 in the morning till whenever I get through with my work, 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And plus, I was attending my classes, which I supposed to been attending.
Hey, you understand that your roommate also said that he hadn't seen you?
Yes. They also work, and when our times are different. I mean, I comes in, they go out. I mean, I can't explain that, but.
Okay. And you're not supposed to have drugs or alcohol.
Correct.
Do my colleagues have any questions?
You've answered the ones I wanted to ask, so I don't have any.
Ms. Stapleton. Mr. Gibson, I only bring this up to show you that you're a 7th felony offender. You know the conditions. If a parole officer is having trouble getting in touch with you and you're doing drugs, you know what's going to happen.
Yes.
Okay. So my vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. Okay. Mr. Chillis?
I concur to revoke.
Ms. Stapleton?
And I concur to revoke.
Okay. So, sir, your parole has been revoked today. That concludes the hearing at CADDO. It's 12:30. Oh, no, wait, we have one more. I'm sorry. We have one more. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Come on.
Hey, good afternoon. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. And today on the panel to my left is Mr. Chillis, to my right is Ms. Stapleton. My name is Ms. Ledoux. We have a revocation before us. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Paul J. Norman II, 702-287.
Okay. Mr. Norman, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the answers to that question indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Sir, I'm going to be reading some allegations against you, and then I'm going to ask you to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. As a sex offender, you have special conditions that you have to keep. You have a separate sex offender compact that you have to keep, and you have been accused of violating number 13, A, B, and C. And I'm going to read this to you. You are not allowed to have contact, including living in the residence with children under the age of 18 unless consented by the court or the parole board, and that includes your own children. Number A, on or about July 16, 2024, it was reported to the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Office that you tried to entice 11-year-old girls to go behind your house with you. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
B, on or about August 12, 2024, it was reported to the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Office that you walked up to 6 children waiting at a school bus stop and tried to entice them. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Number C, on or about August 20th, 2024, it was reported that you were at the bus stop again while the children were present. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Mr. Norman, the officer who prepared the report for us also included almost 2 hours of video cam footage of interviews with parents and children all along your street. Let me hear your side of the story.
Well, all I know is that when I was paroled, for the current charge that I'm on, as soon as I was out on parole, that's when I started having problems with my neighbors. And ever since then, every time I would walk outside or on my porch or down to my mailbox, they would come out, look at me, get on the phone, and the next thing I would know is that the sheriff's office would show up at my house, snap pictures of me, and then take off. And this has happened multiple times, until I got sick of it. So I called the Sergeant Offer with the Bossier Sheriff's Office and told him what in the world's going on. Why are these sheriff's deputies always coming by my house, snapping pictures of me? And the neighbors, one of them that lived across the street from my mother's house, she would go around to each neighbor's houses, like, I guess, trying to incite a riot or whatever she was doing. And all I know is that one day, it was like maybe a month later, after all these stops by the sheriff's department at my house, I was approached by Sergeant Offer and said that I was brought up in an investigation on allegations and he would like to question me. And when he advised me of my rights, I told him that I would need to consult with an attorney. And that's when he stopped the investigation and left. But
Okay.
every single time I would walk outside, the cops would get called on me for no reason.
Actually, sir, the first call to them was on July the 10th, and you were detained on August the 7th. So you make it sound like this long, drawn out. I'm just reading the facts of the report, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And we also have the witnesses, the child who was interviewed. You were giving gifts to a child. We have it in the folder. And so that looked bad.
I've never approached any children. I've never talked to any children at all. Because they've even tried to involve my mother, who's a senior citizen, on this, saying that she was doing it also. I mean, I just got tired. I got sick of it.
Yeah, the officer was very complimentary of your mother, and so were all of the neighbors. And they were not trying to involve your mother in anything, okay? So leave your mom out.
I understand.
Okay. Sir, do you have any questions, Mr. Tiller?
No.
Ms. Stapleton?
No, I think the video and interviews speak for themselves.
You know, I spent a very long time watching all of those videos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With detailed information about what you were wearing and where you were standing. These are not people who are harassing you. Okay?
They are. I know it's hard to believe, but God's honest truth, these people have done nothing but harass me ever since I got out on parole.
Okay.
But with all due respect to y'all, all due respect. I'm just here to state the truth. And God, God in heaven knows the truth. I am not lying to y'all or anyone else.
Based on the preponderance of evidence that we have before us, my vote is to revoke parole to all of the allegations against you. Mr. Tillis?
I concur. My vote's to revoke.
Ms. Stapleton?
And my vote is to revoke.
So today, based on a unanimous decision, your parole has been revoked. The time is now 12:50, and now we're wrapping up our business at CADDO Correctional Center. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.